What good? My bad. My bad. Then I'll need to go over my announcements from earlier. Thank you for letting me know, Gigi. That would have been bad. So, I guess I'll recap what we were doing. Amna, this is one stream. This is a second stream. This was dealing with finances, career. This one, I don't know exactly what it's dealing with. I'm guessing it's more personal. I get the sense that these are parallel tracks, so they could be happening around the same time or in between. But yeah, it's not one big U-turn. I was able to clarify that at least. Speaking to Gigi and Trey, yes, you can get readings. Go ahead and drop your questions in. Gigi, you already did, I guess. But Trey, if you're still on, you can go ahead and drop yours in. And then we'll recap announcements later. So yeah, and then to recap what we know off the top, Three of Pentacles, hardworking, and building a good foundation. Unfortunately, at the end of this stream, we get Five of Pentacles, which is usually rock bottom, financial loss. So that is a rough place to be. And it's possible, it's possible this might be the present. But yeah, I only got the order. I didn't ask about where in the timeline it was. But then there's this stream going on, and the Knight of Pentacles is interesting. He's a bit desensitized to the miraculous things that he's managed to acquire through his hard work. So he's just nonchalantly riding a unicorn. I don't know if you can see that detail, but it does indeed have the horn. But yeah, we'll go over all of these. I'll get my book to make sure we get it. So let me set that down. Pick this up. And I think we'll just do them in the order they were pulled. So, or well, not pulled, but flipped. Three of Pentacles. Achievement, hard work, shared goal. After the early stages of a project, there is a surge of pleasure in realizing you've achieved some tangible level of competency. Take pride in your work. Be meticulous and patient, giving credit to the noble endeavor you've chosen to undertake. Likewise, as each brick supports its brother, this is a good time to interlock your plan with other visions. Let other people's input influence your own. This is a great time to build stability and trust. And then following that, we got the High Priestess. Introspective, intuition, mystery of subconscious. Counterbalancing the raw power of the magician, the High Priestess is the internal, introspective side of creation. She is the fertile subconscious where ideas are first brought to life. Also consider that action is not always the best possible step. Sometimes it's best to reflect, amass strength, and consider your options before beginning anew. This is not an indication of cowardice, but of wisdom. Going on to the King of Pentacles. Competent, leader, mastery of environment. If you crave mastery of your environment, there is no better card to draw than the King of Pentacles. He is the pinnacle of experience, hard work, and blunt intelligence, and as a result he is relied upon in his community for his competence. Embody his power and ability to get things done. You do not need to wait for inspiration. You can stoke the fire within yourself. Muster all your strength and hurtle over anything that stands in your way. And then ending with Five of Pentacles, at least this stream. Financial loss, humility, vanquishment. A troubling card, the Five of Pentacles warns of utter vanquishment. This may be a result of your own mishandling of a situation or the sheer unhappy randomness of fate. Either way, you have reached rock bottom, and you simply must accept your unmitigated defeat. As you learn the bitter lessons of humility, your true needs become starkly apparent. This is an opportunity for you. Everything that had power over you has been razed to the ground. Rally and amass what little you need to start again. So yeah, and I'm guessing Omna's gone at this point, but um, I almost get the sense that this was the past, as opposed to what's coming in the future. It feels like you're at the Five of Pentacles. Um, I mean, we've got the good notes that you're able to do hard work, take time and come up with good ideas, and then lead out in being able to get them done. But something, I mean, you were basically struck down, whether or not it was your own fault. But really, it says it's time to get back up and get back at it. So I don't know if it's like clearing the slate, not that you wanted to clear the slate. But yeah. Let me get to the other string. And that starts with the Ace of Wands. New opportunity, strong energy, inspiration. When you receive this card, you have struck upon a vein of potent energy. If you choose to manifest it, you will be propelled into some grand adventure, wrought with passion and despair. Much will be required of you: creativity, compassion, and steady discipline. But if you truly believe in your dream, fight for it until the end. Capitalize on this heady excitement. Pursue without fear or hesitation any idea that seems promising. Above all, believe in yourself and your potential. And then we've got Knight of Pentacles. I was able to touch on, but fixated on money, growing dependent, losing meaning. The Knight is a conflicted creature. Having attained no small degree of success, he grows dependent on the tokens that have carried him safely thus far. He no longer sees their interconnected beauty, merely their utility. He is fixated on furthering his causes. If you pull this Knight in a reading, know that you may need to back off a little. Take a broader view. Appreciate the magic that makes your lifestyle possible. Otherwise, you will face a Pyrrhic victory devoid of meaning or gratification. Okay, go ahead and drop it in. I think right now we've just got Gigi. Trey didn't drop a question if I remember right. And now the last card, Seven of Chalices. Deception, dwelling in fantasy, choices. The Seven warns of overindulgence, abusing sensual pleasures, not for their own sake, but to distract us from a more pressing matter. By allowing ourselves to be deceived, we deaden ourselves to our problems. It is a way to seclude ourselves from a harsh, embattled world. But dwelling too long in fantasy will leave us vulnerable to very real issues that will not go away if we ignore them. Yeah, so I know this wasn't... okay. I know this wasn't future, which is what you were intending to ask about. I mean, you've got what it takes to do well in business in your career. But it seems like there's some other issues you might want to address first. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Ace of Wands and having that energy. But yeah, something with the Seven of Chalices, you're getting distracted. With the Knight of Pentacles, you're losing sight of the bigger picture. So, as far as next steps, you probably need to take an introspective break. Hattie, yeah, go ahead and, if you want a general reading, let me know. If you wanted something more specific, go ahead and drop that question. So, Amna, I think you've got everything you need to succeed, but you've also got stuff that will make you fail if you keep up with that. Sure. And of course, if you've got questions, go ahead and ask me. But speaking to Amna, but I think they're offline at this point or elsewhere at the moment. So I'll go ahead and clean this up. I don't think Trey asked their question. We have the Gigi pet one, but we want to know about what will happen on my coming birthday. Yeah, getting into specifics like this will be tricky. Okay. Which deck are we going to use for this? I think we're using the Destiny deck for this one. And, well, we'll just do the pets one separately. Let's drop that. And let's switch hands. Spread. Okay. Sorry, it just takes me a while to sense which cards are involved and then figure out their place in the spread. Down here. Check more on that in a bit. Anything else? I think we're good. Okay, now, what are these cards? What is this thing? Okay. What's this? Okay, interesting. Oh, let me get my video back, my camera. So interestingly, we got 5 cards, but it amounts to, well, 3.5 spots in the spread. I'll show you when it's there. Yes, we want to show people stuff, but not my focus. There we go. And that's yep, that's too small. So making that big. Okay. 1 card, we've got a tempered pair. So there's the primary card in front, and then the second one behind it has a moderating influence, a tempering effect. And then there's a gap here. So yeah, if anything, I should push this aside a little more, because this feels like something that's going to happen in the evening time, roughly, later in the day. Whereas these two, well, they'll probably be near whatever you consider the start of your birthday. But so here we've got a pair. So they're speaking to the same thing. I don't usually deal with reversed cards, but this one specifically needed to be reversed. So yeah, let's go ahead and flip the cards. So we've got 6 of Cups, Reconcile, and Harmony. We'll get into the details of that one. Get a feel for that. We've got Queen of Wands, and the notes here are creativity and focus. This is tempered by the Ace of Pentacles. And the notes there are prosperity and beginnings. So I think I'll need to read the Queen of Wands first, just to be sure. There's usually a little more to the Queens. I'll stagger those for now. Um, but yeah, it sounds like some reconciliation might be happening up front, people reaching out. But near the end, we're getting Queen of Pentacles, which is really a mother. Oh, I don't want to flip that. It's really a mother figure. And then we've got the Magician. So, yeah, this will be interesting because this deck doesn't come with reversed meanings associated. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, so first glance, given that these are related, this is a real mother figure, the Queen of Pentacles. You've got the wisdom and maternal going on. The Magician is usually a card of power, being able to manifest. Given that it's reversed, it's a sense of powerlessness. And so, I don't know if it's just... Yeah, I'm not sure your situation, whether it's struggling with not being a mother or maybe being single or something like that. I don't know your marital status at this point. But yeah, it sounds like the night might be a little rough. But I'll definitely need to read up on the Queen of Wands so that I can understand the pairing with the Ace of Pentacles. So we can go through them all, and we'll read the Magician, although it'll be the upright version, as opposed to the reverse that you actually got. So we're sharing. Okay, right. This one happens to have a digital guide. So 6 of Cups. Card of nostalgia and happy memories. It is often associated with fond childhood days. This card shows up when what you feel is lost will be rescued. This is a time for good things coming from the past, reconnecting with past friends and loved ones, reunions, and even going back to a place where happy memories were created. This card is about compassion and kindness. Your situation is improving, and happy times are coming your way. The magic lies in the present moment. I mean, almost certainly this is the influx of social media connections wishing you well. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be any major reconciliations. It's really more of a getting back in touch, albeit briefly. Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting there. Queen of Wands. And this is the Tempered card. A mother archetype. This may be someone who is in your life who can be an artisan, an entrepreneur, counselor, or leader. She is intensely loyal and in touch with her intuition. This card can appear as an influence. It is a moment where your ideas are flourishing. Stay confident and close to your spiritual practice, because now is a moment that your magic and passionate vision will be brought to the forefront. Nurture your dreams and give them birth. The universe is supporting you. And let me get the Tempered card as well. Or the Tempering card, I guess. Doesn't like finding it that way. Aces for some reason. So let me find the 2. Let's scroll up. There we go. The Ace of Pentacles is auspicious for every aspect of your life. 2 hands appear from a cloud, offering a single coin. This coin is the only one in this deck that looks the way it does, with the rays flaring out as if to emphasize its value. This card predicts happiness and contentment. You can always have what you desire. It also predicts prosperity, as you will find that money will come to you quickly as a win. So, yeah, it sounds like some quality time. with someone you, well, you value them, but more so you also esteem them. You hold them in high regard. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what form the present will take, but um, they'll probably have a gift. So, yeah, okay. And then we'll go on with the Queen of Pentacles. Symbolizes material success and abundance. The Queen is generous and supportive, with a strong maternal instinct that is affectionate and wise. When this card appears in a reading, it could indicate that you are entering a moment of embodied health, taking care of your body and healing it. You must stay grounded and connected to your spiritual practice. You are summoning your role as a healer and finding your amazing ability to nurture others as you contribute to your own healing. This card is also one of fertility. This can mean the birth of new projects, a creative venture, children, or finances coming into your life. Sorry, that's getting towards the bottom of the screen. And this is paired with a reversed magician. So, I mean, we're going to read the upright version because this deck doesn't have a reversed with it. But keep in mind, we're looking for not this. The Magician reminds you that you have many gifts that others may not hold. This is a card of action. It is revealed that you must broaden your horizons. Plans must move forward, and creative aspirations must be manifested. It is not a time to procrastinate. The Magician is very positive, and with a magic wand has the ability to transform, create, and manifest every desire. In a love reading, which this isn't, in your work, not that. Once you align your spirit with the material world, alchemy occurs. This is when you are able to turn your dreams into reality. So, yeah. And these are paired together, so they're almost at odds one with another. Let me go back to the Queen of Pentacles. Just go over that real quick. There's a healer theme going on, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of potential with the Queen of Pentacles. But paired with the reversed Magician, I don't know if wasted potential is the right way to put that. You can say it like that. Well, so if this is speaking to your mother, she probably doesn't have a lot of influence in your life, given the Magician card. Is that the case? Because if that's so, then yeah, maybe she's reaching out, and it doesn't necessarily go, well, I mean, it could go out either way. I mean, the Queen of Pentacles does have the healing theme, so maybe she's trying to make amends, but doesn't have the power to do so, really. Which would make sense with the Magician. Hey, Don. Does that sound right, Gigi? Because, yeah, you'll be able to connect some dots better than I can. Because, yeah, you've got that person you like that's possibly even a role model in your life. happening earlier in the day. I'm worried it might be a bit of a sour note at the end, but yeah. Then yeah, I'm not so sure that that would be speaking to your mother. Because if she has that much influence, it doesn't make sense that we would be seeing the reversed magician here. I just don't usually deal with reversed cards, so let me check another guy. It's reversed magician. But I'm not really getting reversed here. Let's see. Lack of energy, blockage, time for reflection. Not time to get your strength or will, still be quietly within yourself and store up your energy. And looks like a lack of momentum, but there's a fierce fortitude and self-discipline, resisting the urge to strike out. Bide your time and wait for the seeds to sprout before you come into your power. Yeah, so this interpretation is not necessarily lack of power, but it's advising against action. That now isn't the time to act or to strike. So yeah, I guess maybe your mother does something, but in your wisdom, you resist the urge to lash out, or I don't know what she inspires in you, for better or worse in this case, but you're pretty sure that's your mother, so it sounds like you would be saving up for future. And this isn't a bottling up of emotions. It's not, we all know that that's not the right way to go about it. This is refining your plans, your energy, your discipline, or your will. So does that make sense, Gigi? Do we think we've got that part figured out? Okay. Well, I mean, there's going to be at least one person making an appearance for the better. Yeah. Most of them, we're seeing that social media early on, so that makes sense with your situation. So yeah, it's just your mother in the evening that I'm not quite sure about. Okay. As far as the good influence, I assume. Wow. You can reflect on that. You might be able to figure it out at some point. I've given some ideas, but yeah, probably going to be able to connect that a bit better. Let's move on to your next question. So after Gigi, we've got Paige and then Amber. And Dawn, if you have a question, go ahead and drop that in. And we'll just do them in order. Future pets. This is probably not right. Okay. Looks like we're using Cosmo. Switch this. Sorry, I dropped my cards. Stuck. There we go. Right. I figured as much. Sorry, I'm not getting a read about the pets. And basically, it's basically a no. It's not like the higher power's not answering. They're specifically choosing not to answer this. You're not being ignored. So I don't know. Yeah, in the grand scheme, it just might not. You might not need the guidance or want it in the long run. They might want you to be independent on that front and make your choices. Yeah, we can speculate about reasons why we wouldn't get that, but we're not getting a read on the. I mean, I guess I'll just for consistency, I'll show the blank mat, but yeah, we don't have an answer on that front. This is more so just to indicate when people come back where the read was. So, but yeah, not getting an answer on that. I believe it was Paige. Yeah, this is using that spread. Is there a bit more to it? Okay. Now we've got a bit of a line, but yeah, we'll answer that question. So, where's the third one? Yes, no. Okay. Oh, do we have? Sort of. Okay. My camera's just lagging. So we're going to do a 3-card spread. The cards will be a yes or a no. Oh, there goes my camera. Let me show you the spread though, so that you know what I'm doing. Oh no. Let's just skip to the page. So basically the different cards are classified yes, no, with a few exceptions or neutral cards. So we'll flip them, and then based on the combination, well, it's either yes or no, with some wiggle room. But let's get our camera so that you can see what we get. Yes, we want to show people the stuff, just not my fingers. There we go. Okay. And this is a different deck, but they'll categorize the same way. So Page of Wands, Ace of Swords, and Wheel of Fortune. So Ace would be a yes, or sorry, the Page of Wands would be a yes. The Ace of Swords, that is also a yes. And then Wheel of Fortune, yeah, also a yes. So yeah, this is someone you know who got into it. I know sometimes people want follow-up, but I specifically didn't get details on this yes, no. So I don't think we can read into who it was or anything like that. But, yeah. I hope that's peace of mind more than anything. Okay. If you know where to take it from there, that's great. Amber. General reading. And after Amber, we've got Dawn, Sanji, and Sajid. So Amber, Dawn, Sajid. Okay. Glad I could help. guess we're using Prisma for this one as well. I feel like my Cosmo deck is what I usually use, but it is what it is. Okay. And these can be really open-ended, so the number of cards. Well, we've seen 0 already, and then we've got 4 decks here, so that's our upper limit. Not that it really gets near there, but okay. Okay. We'll add that. We'll add that to the line. So that you're 4th right now, Gigi. If I remember right. Okay. Is it? Okay. I got the impression there was more to talk about. So I believe in a higher power, and that's where I get my answers. I believe there was more to talk about, but they're planning to bring that up with you in other ways. So for right now, this is the only thing. This is what I call a tempered pair. So there's the primary card in front, and then the secondary card in back has a moderating influence or a tempering influence on that card's effect. So we'll go ahead and flip. So Ace of Chalices, new beginnings, usually in relationships. And this is tempered by Page of Wands. That one I'll have to double check. And we can read Ace of Chalices too, just for the heck of it. But yeah, that's usually new beginnings. I mean, it's auspicious for a new romance, if that's something of interest, but that's not necessarily what it is. So let me set this down and pull up our guide. So yeah, let's just do the Ace of Chalices and then the Page of Wands. New emotion, intimate connection, love. When the Ace of Chalices presents itself, some deep wellspring of emotional force is bubbling up inside you or around you. It promises the beginnings of an intimate connection, guided by the heart. Open yourself to love and compassion. Draw deep feelings to the surface and let them shine. And this is tempered by Page of Wands. Inspiration, enthusiasm, potential. When you see the Page of Wands in a reading, you are about to set out on a journey of the mind. You have been struck with some novel or wonderful idea, and you have the naive, unfettered enthusiasm of a child to catalyze it. Take risks like you've never been hurt. Believe wholeheartedly in something. Your divine vibrancy will bring your vision to life. Your courage and passion will see it to completion. Okay. And we'll add that to the line. There's a few people I need to read for, but we'll answer that. So Amber, it sounds like a new romantic relationship. And if you throw yourself into it, it seems like it could go pretty far. So, yeah. Yeah. That's what we've got on that front. So, hopefully that's exciting news. Personally, I'm not too keen of acting like I've never been hurt before, but for some people it's refreshing. Some people need it. They've walled themselves off too long, too much. So, yeah. Okay. We just did... Amber was there, right? Yeah. So then Dawn's question. Let me switch. Just not sure if it's going to be, because I mean the way you asked it, it could be a simple yes no, but that's not very good for timeline, because if it's yes in 20 years, then, well, that's not so informative or actionable. But we'll see what kind of read we can get. Yeah, it looks like we got yes, no. Hey, Shamanta. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, let me go ahead and show the yes, no guide again. But basically, the combination of cards will either be yes, no, or somewhere in the middle. So yeah, let's go ahead and flip and find out. Two of Cups. That's probably a yes. Page of Pentacles. Probably a yes. Ace of Swords. We just had that. So that's also a yes. Let me double check, but... Two of Cups. Yep. Page of Pentacles. Yeah. Ace of Swords. Yeah. So yeah, you're going to meet someone new. Can we get any more? I mean, sometimes they only intended the yes/no answer. Sometimes they'll give extra information. I mean, the Two of Cups would be the most promising as far as like love, I think. But yeah, I think we can get some extra information from the. Okay, gotcha. We can get some extra information from the two on the right. So let me go ahead and read those. Those are the Page of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. Set this down. And I think we're starting with the Ace of Swords. Oh, let me look for the two. Otherwise, it's just not so good at finding the aces. Symbolizes truth expressed in the highest form. The sword cuts through deception to reveal a powerful message. This card is auspicious for every aspect of your life. It shows up to let you know that new beginnings are on the horizon. Immediate change is manifesting in your life for the better. There is triumph over your past obstacles. The right hand, the hand of giving, holds up a sword which balances a crown bringing the message of divine light and everlasting strength. Clouds symbolize confusion, yet the mighty sword cuts through any illusion. It is through your thoughts that you connect to your higher wisdom. So yeah. I mean, that's almost as good as the Two of Cups as far as a new relationship goes. And I mean, this even indicates that you've got a good foundation, having overcome your past trials. So, and then Page of Pentacles. We've also got this coming in. It represents the embodiment of a new phase in your life, particularly regarding health, finances, and work. Although you're obviously asking about a relationship. The page reveals auspicious new beginnings, progress, and adventure. It is time to nurture your skills and abilities because there may be, and then it speaks to financial stuff, but however, you must pay attention to the details. Ensure that your plan is practical and realistic. The page is hardworking and reliable. This person is young and full of vigor, with the potential to achieve great things in the future. You are asked to take raw opportunity and, through concrete steps, say yes to the universe in order to create something unique and new. So, I mean, basically the message there is to not just run away with your fantasies or anything like that. And given that you've been through hardship before, I mean, you should be aware of some practical stuff that needs to be taken care of first. But yeah. So yeah, someone new and more lasting. I don't know that we have a promise of marriage or anything here. But yeah. New relationship. Yep. Okay, so we've had a lot of people hop on. There is Sanjeeb next. We've highlighted his now. Gigi asked about partner. Anshu. Oh, Anshuli. Sorry, I couldn't tell that was an I. Has a question. And then Shimanta. So we've got 4 people right now. Sanjeev being number 1 at the moment. But we're catching up. So, and of course, if you've got questions, go ahead and drop them in. We'll add you to the line. And we'll just do our best to answer everything before we stop. You, John, also want to know about my future, of about the future of my career in finance. Okay. Um, I guess I'm curious how far future you were asking about. I mean, just asking about career and finance might answer the. Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily answer when you get a job, um, but it can usually the job is usually the means to an end, and so if finance and career answer that, but this is the wrong deck for this. Okay. Alright. Okay. Set this aside. Yeah, I think we're just going to start with the second question. If we need clarity on the first, we can come back to it. There's a good chance we're going to answer it with the second question. So we'll start there. Yeah, we don't need page. That one is good. What else is part of this? guess that'll be fine. I'm gonna need a little more room. Is it really that far? Okay. Okay. Hey, William. Hope you're doing well. Just trying to figure out what the cards are meaning. I guess I'll go ahead and show you guys. Let's see if I can get the feel for that. So the thing I'm not sure about is timeline. I've got some sense, but obviously the more detailed, the better. So you can't even see it clearly, but so that's the deck over here. This is speaking to finances, and this is relatively short term, progressing top down. This stream is speaking to work, and yeah, this one, so career, sorry. And this one's just way off in the future. And that's sort of where I'm trying to figure out how far is that? Is that decades? Is that years? Is that months? So yeah, still need to figure that out. And then this was a personal note to you. I don't know what it's going to speak to, but this wasn't for the work, or sorry, for the finances or career. So I guess we'll figure that out when we flip that. Yeah, we might need to follow up for more specific timeline, but I mean, that's roughly how it plays out. I mean, these are relatively short term. This is happening pretty soon. Shortly thereafter, further out, and then way out there. Yeah, I just don't have a solid feel on that. So let's go ahead and flip cards. 4 of Wands on the finances. And then following that, we've got the Star, which is pretty auspicious and hopeful. Doesn't mean you've necessarily come into it, but you're in a good place. So, career, 3 of Chalices. I'm going to say that's dealing with collaboration. But we'll follow up on that. Queen of Swords. She's tamed her beast. Bit of a conqueror. 6 of Chalices. And that one's way out there. Yeah, we'll want to double check that. Because I mean, Chalices usually deals with emotion, so given that this is on the career, yeah, I'll just want to reread that. And then a personal note, we've got the Devil, which isn't as terrible as it sounds, but we'll read up on that. It's not explicitly a negative, but it speaks to more concerning things. So let me set this aside and below my nose, and then read. So, starting on the finance stream, the Four of Wands, happening in the pretty near future. Three. Celebration, peace, family. This card is the first milestone in the journey of the Wands. Everything is coming together nicely, and while things are supporting themselves, take this time to enjoy the success of what you have wrought so far. This is a time of great peace and contentment. It may include family or a landmark in your life celebrated by ceremony. At the very core, it is happiness, one of those rare times when life is going your way, and you're aware enough to appreciate it. So, yeah, almost certainly the job gets resolved, and you guys are in a stable place financially, having that steady income. A little while afterwards, we have the Star. Opportunity, hope, inspiration. The Star is a beacon of hope. Though the night is dark and arduous, across the sky are scattered reminders that suns blaze perpetually, even if our own is hidden from sight. Believe the sun will rise, not as an empty sentiment, but an immutable law of nature. For now, let the subtle radiance light your way, splayed galaxies working in concert to guide you home. So, yeah. I mean, how to put this in words for you? It's nothing. It's not anything spectacular or anything. You won't be millionaires at this point, but you'll have what you'll need, and you'll have enough to work towards something of that scale. It's a ways off, which is why we're at hope. But yeah, if you keep with that, yeah, I don't see why it would pan out any differently. So, yeah. So basically, with the Four of Wands, you're reaching a stable place, and with the Star, you're able to look beyond. Let's go to the career stream. So that starts with the Three of Chalices, which I guess it makes sense that this follows a little after the celebration, because you would have secured the job possibly before doing it. Friendship, synchronicity, shared experience. It is a rare and wonderful thing to work together in unison. So much can be achieved when contrasting personalities coalesce to form a common purpose. Establish empathy. Communicate your needs and desires with trusting candor, frankness, honesty. Seek in turn to meet the needs of others. Do not dwell in differences. All people crave love and acceptance, even if it is expressed in a million different ways. Tune yourself into these quiet voices and see if you can address some of these common crying needs. So, Yeah, it's joining a team. I don't know what kind of team that would be. But I mean, you're in a position to help the people on that team. So, which I guess every team member is. Um, this is encouraging you to be that help or support, and in a sense, a leader taking care of your comrades. So yeah, team member, it's not going to be a solo thing that you're getting into. A ways off, we get into Queen of Swords. Intelligence, truth, mental clarity. When you see the Queen in a reading, it is time to rein in your demons. You no longer have the excuse of inexperience, ignorance, or even fear. Use your immense intelligence and love of truth to conquer what plagues you. When you do, you'll be able to access matters of the heart with cool mental clarity and grace. Yeah. You're gonna have to make a decision you don't want to make. That's probably it. Avoiding something that you ought to address, but don't want to. So, yeah. And I mean, maybe the devil is going to speak to this a bit, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, the scenario coming to mind is leaving for another job. Job hunting for better opportunities, stuff like that. And for some reason, not wanting to. So, I don't know if that's exactly how it's going to play out. Yeah, no, not quite. But it'll be something similar. Yeah, go ahead and drop your question in, or if it's just a general reading, let me know. And then in the far future, we've got 6 of Chalices. And this on the career stream. Renewal, revisiting past memories, vibrancy. The world can be harsh and unforgiving, and it's easy to let the sorrow and grime of daily living dull the vibrant shine of your existence. But the river that flows through the 6 of Chalices offers a chance to buff it clean. Renew yourself. Break the cycles of suffering by pursuing the simple, innocent values of childhood. Share, work together, be kind to others. Immerse yourself. Forget your cares and rejuvenate. So yeah. Sort of losing sight of the bigger picture at a certain point. But obviously there's the advice on how to break out of that. So yeah, I'm still not certain on timeline. Okay. Still not certain on a more specific timeline, so I can read on that. And then the devil. And this was a personal note. Not really. Temptation, materialism, avoiding self. There are many reasons to dwell in false realities. More often than not, it is out of sheer convenience. Life is not amazing, but it's comfortable. Maintaining the status quo is easier than confronting any deep-seated issues that are quietly eroding your sanity. The devil is in fact a counterpoint to temperance. Something is out of balance, but you lack the courage or acuity to address it. To break the serpent's gaze means acknowledging where you truly are, and that can be discomforting. or discomfiting. Ask yourself if avoiding a harsh truth is worth living in a distorted dream world. Which, I mean, the answer is no. Okay. I'll go ahead and show this. Just because that's going to be so hard to spot in the art. Yeah, you might be able to see it at this point. There's a little snake blending in very well with the foliage. And yeah, there's a certain complacency with the devil. So it's suggesting wake up, acknowledge things for what they really are, and then act accordingly. So. Yeah, and that might be a message throughout, because that seems to, yeah, I think that's a message throughout, to be in touch with the true state of things. So, but now, when will I get a new job? Let's see if we can get a more specific timeline on that. Sorry, my wife will running off to work. And I'll need to do the same at some point. When will I get a new job? Is this the update? Nope, we're supposed to use the Destiny deck. Okay, let me switch over. Okay. This is when it's a bit brief, but we got one card on the timeline for the job. And here we're getting King of Swords. Assertive, logical. So let me just read through that real quick. Timelines aren't my strong suit, but we do what we can. King of Swords. His focus is justice and truth. This card shows impatience if you have to wait before taking on action. However, you must remain calm and have good judgment. When this card arrives in a reading, mind rather than the heart. So when logical and intelligent decision-making skills are being asked of you with fairness and authority. So I mean, assuming you're, this is assuming you're going through it intelligently, not emotionally. I'm getting the sense roughly a month. I'm not quite sure if that's when you start work or when the offer would come. Yeah, but regardless, it's sooner rather than later. So that's what we've got as far as timeline. Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and drop that down. Some people like it, some people don't. For a long time, well, you probably couldn't even tell it was there. So. On other streams, not today. And let me know if I dropped it too much. So Sanjeev, that's our read for that. Okay. So update. We've got Gigi's question now. We've got Anshuli after this. Then Shimanta. William didn't ask a question. If he had one. And then we've got Odwin. So balanced at this point. Okay, no problem, Sanjeev. Glad I could help. Future partner, do I already know them from somewhere? Yeah, Odwin, just give me a sense of how the volume is on that. Because when I listen to it, like on my own, like I put it all the way down to, well, it indicates 5. But apparently people couldn't even hear it, didn't even know it was a thing. So let me know if this is right. They thought 60 was okay, they could still hear me. But I guess you think it's a bit strong, and that's fine. We can tune it down. Where's my future partner? Do I already know them from somewhere? This one be... Man, it's a destiny question. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, they don't seem interested in answering the "where is my future partner." which I mean, sort of makes sense. Their path through life, well, it'll eventually get to you. So I'm going to focus on the do I already know them from somewhere? Because that seems they're willing to speak to that. So, looks like it's a yes, no. Okay. Now we're going to be able to get more. No, we're just getting a yes no out of this. So we've seen this spread a few times today. Let me go ahead and, well, cards, you can go back on the video, although I don't know if you can see it well. It'll depend on your resolution. We've got 5 of Cups, and Death, and 9 of Swords. Ooh. So yeah, the 5 of Cups, 9 of Swords, Death, all no cards. You do not know this person. So yeah, that's, yeah. Future surprise, I guess. But yeah, that's a real solid no there. And then, so let's see. Anshuli, where are they right now? This sounds just like the question. No problem. Sounds just like Gigi's. We'll see if we can get a read. But yeah, we might want to, well, yeah. We'll see what we can get. I think part of the reason why we don't get answers for stuff like this sometimes is just it's not relevant or it's not helpful. So it's better to not speak to it. But we'll see. Oh, when will I go? So, schedule just changed. And I'm on vacation the rest of this week. But so the next stream will be next Monday, 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And then we're mixing it up. So Wednesdays will be 7 p.m. Mountain Standard, and then Fridays would be 7 a.m. Mountain Standard. And that's because a number of people don't live in my time zone. So trying to be more accommodating. But yeah, starting next week, that's when that schedule will kick in. So, and I'll try to post on Facebook to remind people. Well, and other places, but that's at least where you are. So, hey, you're next. I still got to finish up this person. And it's being difficult. Okay, and then okay. Yeah, sorry. This was. I got an answer, but I don't know that it's going to be fun reading it. So we've got a tempered pair, moderately tempered. So it has the the tempering influence. Not particularly strong, but not particularly weakly. Here's the moderating card, the tempering card. The tempered card is a skewed reversed card. And so as far as putting that into terms, the reversed, it's not exactly an exact opposite of the upright meaning. It's in that ballpark though. Skew means it's offset from that. So, I mean, we'll try to figure it out, but that's where we're at. So, 7 of Swords. Okay. And then tempered by 5 of Wands. Competition, debates, discussion. Okay. So 7 of Swords, that's usually dealing with, mental, self-imposed limitations, self-entrapment. They're in their own head. That's what a normal 7 of Swords would be. I don't know if you can, that'll be hard to read, but dishonesty, or no, sorry, I'm thinking of the 8 of Swords. 7 of Swords, dishonesty and betrayal, trust broken. So this is on the flip side of that. Gosh, yeah. I frankly don't even know how that one would go. Give me, I know the 5 of Wands. That'll be fine. Let me refer to some other ones with reversed. Let's see. 7 of Swords. Reversed. True intentions, facing things head on, self-worth. facing things head on. Okay. And this one. Secrecy, feeling like a fraud. Yeah, that's okay. And now that's the other one that's good. Oh, be back. Sorry, let me read it. As you flee, look over your shoulder and see what you are leaving behind. Are you withdrawing for the right reasons? It is usually in your best interest to remove yourself from an unpleasant situation, but the inverted Seven of Swords suggests you take a closer look this time. Gauge your true intentions before cutting loose. You might rob yourself of some valuable growth if you simply evade what assails you. You have power and agency. Your voice deserves to be heard. You still have some role to play before bowing out of these circumstances for good. Self-worth is the one standing out, but as far as offsetting that to get the skew, it's something about self-worth. They don't know their self-worth? It's been too long? Something to that effect. Let's see the tempering. Competition, debates, and that's fine. I mean, we can read up on the Five of Wands. That's not a problem, since that one's normal. And this has a moderating influence. We'll see. Oh, we'll see if this helps. Five of Wands represents a competition. This message is to stay strong in your position and do not compromise. Although there is not an outright battle, it is more about misunderstandings. The source of struggle may be an inner conflict. Perhaps you are faced with difficult decisions that must be made, and there is an inner power struggle with your thoughts. This card calls for a test of strength and a competitive spirit. Conversely, the Five of Wands could also mean several people coming together in a concentrated effort toward a common goal. Stand in your truth, allow the chaos to calm. This will move you toward... Yeah, it's not that part. So this card calls for a test of strength and a competitive spirit. And this is the moderate influence. The effect that's having is going to help with their self-worth, because they've been out of touch with that. Yeah, I don't even know what that kind of person would be like. Roll over? No, not exactly. Yeah. But anyways, they're about to get a check to their self-worth. That's where they're at. Moderately so. Yeah, it's not a steep loss in this competition. Yeah, it's really just a check with the moderate. Yeah. And they don't know their self-worth, and they're going to relearn that. So that's, as far as where they are, that's what we're getting. Hopefully that's what you wanted to learn about them, because that's what we got. And Shuli. Okay. and then Shimanta. Afterwards, we have Odwin, and then Neo. Okay, we can answer that one afterwards. But Shimanta. Hey, what's coming for me in the near future? Okay. Yeah, sorry for having to slow down with the reversed. I've just not had those. I mean, I've had it come up once. But that was more, well, seemingly on accident than anything. It's really intentional this time. And on my one deck that doesn't have reversed meanings associated with it. So. Are we using Destiny deck? I'm not using Lost Forest. Yeah, we're using Destiny. Let's go. That's in the way. Guess we'll set that there. Okay. Oh. So for some reason they laid it out backwards, but coming up, and this one is lightly tempered by the secondary one. A bit of a ways off, we have this one. This is a personal note to you, so it's not on the timeline. It's something you get to or need to know. So coming up, we've got strength, lightly tempered by Seven of Pentacles, anticipation and potential. So standing firm. stuff like that. And then down here, we've got 9 of Pentacles. Comfort, prosperity. So, I mean, that's pretty solid for security. I mean, being Pentacles, it's usually dealing with material things. So financial, worldly, however that shows up in your life. But then the note is 2 of Wands, and the note's there, partnership options. I think I want to read that one. I don't know that we're too concerned with anything else. I guess we can read on strength, but it feels more like coming into your power. So, yeah. Yeah, let me know if we need to read that, but I think the 2 of Wands is really the only thing, because you're coming into power near future. Ways off, we've got, well, a place of security, in the worldly sense at least. So it's the 2 of Wands, that message to you that I want to read on. And that's not that we can see that clearly, but that's what that was. Let me go ahead and set this down and pull that up. 2 of Wands. There it is. Represents the achievement of a goal. There are 2 wands illustrated on either side of a sunburst, which is situated between these wands. This forms of Roman numeral 2, which signifies a portal, a doorway to another realm. You are moving forward into this portal, taking the next step. The 2 illustrated wands also represent the 2 aspects of your situation. What helps you on your journey? What issues hold you back? Plan to move forward. This can be a card of choices. Which path will you choose? Great opportunities are being revealed. Use your higher wisdom to guide you. So, and given that you've got the strength that you're coming into, I'm not too worried about you being able to handle the choices coming. Yeah, you'll be able to move forward. That's not going to be an issue, but it is something you need to do. It's not just going to happen. So, okay. Any questions, Shamanta? What you see about career? I don't know that we saw anything specifically about career. I mean, you'll do well that you're worldly in a place of security. What will it be? I'm not sure I'll be able to answer that. Let me focus on it. Didn't we already do a reading on future career? I don't think we got a solid answer then either. I mean, finances we sort of already touched on, but that is farther in the future. I guess the short to midterm we don't know about from this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting an answer on future career. Finances, I think I can get something on. Let me go ahead and switch that. Yeah, we're still using this thing. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, and I mean, the Nine of Pentacles, it's going to play out fine in the end. I just don't know how soon that end is coming. So, there's probably more that could be said, but this will have to suffice for now. And what did we get? Those are backwards, apparently. So the Nine of Pentacles, that's the one that came after the Strength card, tempered by the, oh gosh, can't even remember what it was now. It was the one with potential anticipation, Seven of Wands, something like that. But there was that distinct space in the middle. So coming into your strength, that happens in the near future. I don't know how far out the Nine of Pentacles with the prosperity and security starts happening. Yeah. And I feel like that's probably all you really needed to know, but we can dive into this one, apparently. Yeah. Well, just in that it happened further out. It wasn't like the end of life or anything like that. Um, it was just the end of what I could see at that point. So, because then the Two of Wands, that was a direct message. So, I'm not quite sure what point that hits at. It's definitely after Strength, a while after, but I don't know what a while is. So, yeah. Okay. We can see those. Okay. Again, for some reason, it's going right to left. And this is more specifically towards finances. So we've got 10 words. Not promising. That's the close of a chapter. And then afterwards, we get justice. So balance, truth. I mean, your hard work is paid off. So 10 of Swords. I mean, for a lot of things, that's a no. It's an end, and a lot of people don't like that. But it's speaking to a chapter closing um, and being done with that. So, like getting a degree, um, that schooling, whatnot, that would come to an end. And then, well, you've got justice following that. So the work you've put in pays off. Assuming you're not just sloughing your way through school, because that would pay back in its own right. Um, yeah. Are you studying a degree again? Or you were? Because I'm feeling like this is there's the end of that, um, and then just afterwards you get, um, well, the karma. Basically, you get what you put in. So okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, there's that. It doesn't speak to your finances during this closing chapter, but that chapter closes, and then, I mean, you're compensated accordingly based off of the work put in there. So, and I think we read last time on when that degree was going to end. So that's only what, another year and a semester, maybe? So, as far as this coming back, you're looking at, well, 2 years, give or take a semester or two, roughly. So, Sorry, which one didn't you understand? Was it the Ten of Swords here, or was it the Nine of Pentacles before? Did I skip you, Nia? That name sounds so familiar. So based on the reading last time, so from the previous session, you would want to go check that video if you couldn't remember. I'm pretty sure we said that you were going to complete your degree by the end of next year. And this Ten of Swords, I'm pretty sure, is speaking to that. End. So financially, I mean, it's the end of your period as a student. And then following that, yeah. Okay. So this is speaking to this time as a student, which is then done and over. And afterwards, you reap the rewards of what the effort you've put in based on the justice. So, did that clear things up? Well, so we didn't get the read on career. This was the read on finances just now. So I guess, do we still have a question, Shamanta? So overall, I mean, you've got the Ten of Swords for the current period, and that'll be over. You get the Justice card for the hard work you put in, and it pays you back accordingly. So exactly what that looks like, I don't know, and this is based on you working hard as a student and putting your effort into this, so that you can then work in this, well, leverage your degree. So, yeah. And if you want to clarify your question, yes, we can ask that. And dragon, yes, we can answer that. And then you had the, yeah, I mean, they progress. I mean, you're starting from 10 of swords, basically where you are now, and you get to that 9 of pentacles, which is secure. You're very stable at that point and prosperous. And as far as I can tell, the Justice card means you'll be doing just fine once you get your job after getting your degree. So, was that better? Did that clear things up? Okay. Okay, awesome. And of course, there's the video if you want to go back and check things. But we'll call that good for now. Okay, Neo, I'm seeing your question. We just did Shamanta. I believe Oddwin is next. But then it would be you. Yeah. Right. Let me find where that was. So yeah, just to recap where we are in the line. Oddwin's now. He's on screen. It's just a general reading. Yes. As far as clarifying the Justice card, yes. Putting in good work, hard work as a student now. And that's, yeah, good for good, bad for bad. Yeah. Oddwin now. Neo is next. Sorry to make you wait so long. Elwitz commented, but I don't think we have a question from you yet. And then Anmac popped in, and Dragon Empress. So, Neo, you're after Oddwin here. Okay. And then no problem. Yeah. And if you've got something specific, that tends to go better. It's easier to tell if I can get something or not, or details. And then, yeah, Dragon Empress, that's fine. So, okay. Oddwin, General. It's okay. As long as we were able to clear it up, that's the important part. It's worse to have a reading, get answers, and not have the answers understood. I mean, and sometimes that's expected, but sometimes it's just communication. So, Okay. Um, okay. Godwin. Okay. Have anything else? Okay. So for Odwin, we got 3 cards. Yes, we can see. Okay. Oh! Let me hide that again while I get the camera back on. Sorry, it can only stand so much before it decides it needs a refresh. So... And then... let me go back. Okay. And I guess, Neo, just so you know, I mean, there will be video afterwards. Maybe I should mention that before, but if you need to drop off, go. Yeah, your question's clear enough. So if you want to stay on, that's great. I'm sorry for the wait. But if you need to go, you can always come back for the video, and that's fine. Let's get camera back up. There we go. Okay. And we want this in front. Okay. So we've got the commander, soulmates, and the fighter. So yeah, the Cosmo deck uses different names than a normal tarot deck. So like this, I think that would normally be the Lovers. I want to say this would be the Knight of Swords, if I can remember right. The commander, I'll have to double check. So, but yeah. So let me go ahead and set this down, pull those up. Let's find the commander. There he is. Oh, Resourceful, grounded, controlling. If you have pulled the commander into a reading, you are channeling an energy of determination that will go unmatched. The commander is resourceful and grounded, which leads them to being quite successful in matters of work and finance. But when it comes to matters of the heart, it is hard for the commander to look within. Excuse me. They believe all that is important can be seen with the eyes and felt with the hands. The commander can be overly controlling when they take the reins on a project, so it is important to still be malleable and allow others to have their own input. Okay. Well, I want to speak with you about your question anyways, but we'll get there. Let me finish with Ogden. So yeah, a bit too focused. I mean, you would probably say pragmatic, but there might be too much of an emphasis on that side of things, which is what the commander is getting at. Soulmates. Duality, partnership, deep connection. Throughout many lives, our soulmates build us into who we are meant to be. Like a song on repeat, we encounter the same souls over and over again. When this card shows up, it asks us to take pause, reflect, and appreciate the idea of this immortal connection. Open up to others. Show them the real you, and your deep connections will be bountiful. Be vulnerable. Be content. Be okay with being alone and learning about yourself. When you do this, you will find your relationships with others will only grow stronger. And when you do encounter a soulmate, the spark will be unmistakable. So yeah, to me this seems like a bit of a continuation from the commander, where there's a bit of a disconnect from the heart, the emotional side of things, and even to an extent a disconnect with yourself. So yeah, this is inviting you to reflect, be a little introspective, and get back in touch. But let's continue on to the fighter. Yeah, Knight of Swords. Impulsive, vengeful, quick to act. Head in the clouds, the fighter is impulsive and quick to act. They take no direction from others and live for one reason: to overcome adversity. If you see the fighter in a reading, ask if every battle is worth the brawl, or if passivity can lend a more helpful hand. If others have found you to be impulsive in your actions, this can easily be perceived as vengeful behavior. No one wants to be known as the one who is constantly picking fights for the sake of taking action. So yeah, that's probably a detail on how you're manifesting. Well, not a detail. It's sort of how you are. Yeah, I think the big advice, which we get on all of these to an extent, is taking a step back, reflecting, and especially with soulmates, reflecting inward, and as you're open to it, being vulnerable with people and with yourself. So that's what we've got there. And Neo, sorry to keep you waiting. Yeah, I still might come back to me, or it's over forever. Okay. Let me show yeah, it's this. We've got feelings, we've got relationship. That's our beginning. Is there anything else? Okay. Neo. So we've got a card for the guy, basically. This is a read on him, his character, in a sense. This is for the relationship, and this is feelings towards you. So, and this should be sufficient. So 5, competition, debates, Goddess Joya, relationship, okay. And then feelings, Knight of Pentacles, detailed, committed, interesting. Yeah, let me go through the detailed readings of these. I don't think my first blush is going to do this one justice. So we'll start with the read on him, the 5 of Wands. Represents a competition. The message is to stay strong in your position and do not compromise. And this is describing him. Although there is not an outright battle, it is more about misunderstandings. The source of struggle may be an inner conflict. Perhaps you are faced with difficult decisions that must be made, and there is an inner power struggle with your thoughts. This card, calls for a test of strength and a competitive spirit. Conversely, the 5 of Wands could also mean several people coming together in a concentrated effort toward a common goal. Stand in your own truth and allow the chaos to calm. This will move you towards victory. Yeah. And I feel like he's both sides of that coin, where he's potentially your adversary, trying to win, and at times, or maybe shifting towards a collaborator, someone you're working together with. So, yeah, I get the sense he's shifting. Probably towards collaboration, given what else we've got. But let's carry on. Goddess Joya. This is specific to this deck. Oh. A card that symbolizes the Master Manifester, or the Master Builder. When you receive this card in a reading, the message is clear that whatever you are working on, you must be an inspirational presence. This card is very powerful in a reading because it talks about your impact in whatever thing you are seeking. This card shows up to remind you that you have an enhanced ability to apply your spiritual understanding to your life. You are a visionary. You will have the ability to make it happen, to turn the dreams into a reality, and to build whatever structures are necessary to get the success you are striving for. To create the success you are striving for. So you're capable of making that happen. And in a sense, he is too. I mean, that was for the both of you. And then the feelings toward you, Knight of Pentacles. Suggests that diligent work and a methodical approach are the keys to a greater growth. The Knight strategizes and sets a realistic goal. The phrase strong and steady wins the race holds true when this card shows up in a reading. This Knight is loyal and dependable, a natural protector. The Knight asks you to work with goals that are realistic and measurable. The obstacles that are in your path will be removed through studied and deliberate action. Use the pragmatic energy of the Knight right now. It is what is needed for you in order to make your next move forward. Yeah, I don't see anything saying that this guy is really gone. Although that's sort of the impression I would get from how you were talking. Yeah. As far as I can tell, that they're detail-oriented, practical, and maybe there's been some abrasiveness between the two of you, which is causing, well, the separation you're experiencing now. Yeah, I don't necessarily see them reaching out. So I don't know how the reconciliation is going to happen. But everything here says that you guys would be able to work it out. The how you get back together, I don't know. Because I'm not sure where the reconciliation would come from. The Knight, I mean, there's the methodical approach. Yeah, I would need to know a lot more about your personal situation, because it might be you reaching out to reconcile and reinitiate. Or it might just be part of their plan, in a sense, that a break needs to happen. Which would make sense with the Knight. I mean, you both know what you want. The vision is somewhat, how you go about implementing the vision is somewhat contrasting. Yeah, so I don't see anything preventing you guys from getting back together or from it working out. As far as how that happens, I don't know if it's you that has to reach out or if it's part of their scheme, their plan. And in that case, it might just need to run its course. But yeah. If this is a constant struggle, I'm guessing you're on the more emotional side, which is why it's hard with their Five of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles. So, I mean, deep breaths. You'll need a lot of those. But yeah, because I mean, the emotional side, they're not going to be able to respond to as well. They're too pragmatic, I think, to really handle that very well. We'll need to ease into it. Yeah. So yeah. Anything else, Neo? I don't know that I can really get much more, but anything I need to clarify, I guess. It's okay. Um, yeah, it'll. Yeah, so that might be rough for you. I mean, it's rough for them too, but in a different way. Um, but yeah, you guys can work it out. It's not going to. It's not necessarily going to be pretty, but you guys will be able to work it out. So, okay. Um, yeah, I mean, with Goddess Joya, I mean that's similar to the magician. It's master builder, master manifester. You guys will be able to turn the dreams into reality, to make it happen and make it work. So, yeah, by all means, I see that future being working out, and that's sometimes why I get the character or the relationship card, because sometimes that's indicative of, oh, this isn't something you actually want to let back in. But in this case, yeah, I see no issue. I mean, the journey won't be pretty. We've already talked about that and whatnot. Um, just given what I can see of him and what I can tell about you, and you've told me. Um, but yeah, you guys can make it happen, make it work, and make it last. So yeah, no concerns there. Yeah. Yep. Um, I mean, this was the one with a lot of details, but this is probably the one we're going to answer. I mean, it sort of sums up what you need. Because in the follow up, I mean, it's a specific person. Um, yeah, by all means. Um, I don't know that I'll do many more. We've got Anne now, and we've got Dragon Empress next. But yeah, we're just about hitting the 3 hour mark. So at some point, I need to get off my bum. So, um, so yeah, go ahead. Um, there's probably going to be enough time working things out with and then following up with Dragon that if they want to ask a question, somebody could. So yeah, go ahead. And thanks for offering. um, and I know you asked about the specific guy in the follow up, but I'm inclined to focus on this general one. Um, any concerns about that? Okay. And we can try and tie back the answer to the specific situation, but let's get those details first, because that's our guiding principles. Destiny Dragons. Okay. Okay. Is there more? Done with that. Hey, Tasha. Hope you're doing well. Is there anything else? Okay, and then... I'm doing well. Yes, drop your questions in. I'm doing and now, and then Dragon had a question. But that's it for now. So. Okay. All right, and do we have video? We'll see how long this lasts. Oh, it's going slow. Let me just, yeah, there it goes. Refresh. So we got 4 cards. 2 are part of a moderately tempered pair, and those I think are the focus. That's the next step, first thing to do. Yeah, go ahead and take your time with that. We've got 2 more things in addition, but there's no rush. No rush with this. Sorry, just got to get our camera hooked back up. There we go. And we don't want my fingers. We want the cam on the cards. Okay. And that's very small. Okay. So this is a moderately tempered pair. So there's the primary card up front. That's the main thing. This secondary card has a moderating influence. And in this case, only moderately so. So not a strong moderation, not a weak moderation. It's in the middle. And then we have these other 2 cards for guidance. This is the first one. These follow after. And I don't know that there's really an order to these 2. So when you get there, you can probably go about it whichever way. So we've got the tower. That's dealing with upheaval. And, well, realizing the truth. And this is moderated a bit by the chariot. So, action and victory. And then down here, we've got 8 of Cups, as well as 4 of Wands. Okay. So yeah, makes sense with what you're going through. So the Tower, not the card most people want to get, but I mean, it's basically what you're experiencing right now. Upheaval happens with the Tower. There's destruction. Pillars in your life, so to speak, have given out, and there's a collapse in some sense. This isn't a bad thing, though. What has happened is you've realized you didn't have a good foundation somewhere. So it's informative in a painful way, but it's something we can learn from and grow from. So this is moderated a bit by the Chariot, which has notes of action and victory. I mean, you're being driven towards a particular success, a particular victory, and that's what's exposing some of this. Some would view it as catastrophe, but bad grounds. Hey, Sasha. So, yeah. If anything, I'll read up on the Tower. I think that has some advice for how to proceed, but really it's, well, revisiting your foundations and then building on new ones, stronger, firmer ones. With our other cards, the Eight of Cups, there's departure and change. And Cups is usually dealing with emotions. That's the Sweet's strong suit. But yeah, I think basically we're going to have to let go of the old at this point So, doing well. Hope you're doing well too. But yeah, there's moving on in a sense here. Similar to the Six of Swords, but yeah. I mean, it's not as sharp as the Six of Swords. This one would say, take your time to make sure it's right. So yeah, there might be a coming to terms with this, letting go of those things that have happened before. But you do need to let them go, which is a natural outcome of the Tower. There were bad foundations before, and we do need to do away with them. Four of Wands, I think I'll want to read up on this. The notes are freedom and creativity. I mean, the impression I got when flipping this was that you've limited yourself in a sense. And I don't know if it's with how you're going about the dating scene and whatnot. But you're not as locked in as you think you are. And I think part of what happens here is with revisiting things and whatnot, you realize there are other routes you could take, other avenues to explore, ways to go about it. So that's our focus there. But let me read up on the Tower for the advice we can get there. And set this down, pull this up. Is the most dreaded card. Is a representation of destruction. The Tower comes up when everything in your life feels like it is crumbling away and you have no control over the collapse. The message is that we must surrender to the power of the Tower and work on accepting the shift in awareness that it offers. The Tower marks a point of awakening. It is a necessary stage of breakdown so that we can evolve, expand, and rebuild. The weak foundation of your life must be torn away in order to build a strong foundation in its place. Once the clearing away happens, your purpose is illuminated. And this isn't, in this context, we're not speaking to life purpose. But yeah, basically we need to get rid of all the bad stuff. And I think that's going to take some time for you to realize that and recognize it. Howdy. Where can we get these cards? Okay. But yeah. So, but just to finish that first, clean house basically is the first step. And it's already happening in a sense, in that the mess has been made, the walls have been knocked down in a sense. But that clutter needs to be removed and learned from so that you don't build on the same place. Yes. We'll do our best to do, everybody. To answer Anne's question for these cards, because people have asked about these before. Let me. So the person. No, stop. And dump down. No, that's not what we want. Does this have the... Okay. And let me share this one. Yeah. This is called the Destiny deck. Right now, it is out of stock. She's running a Kickstarter campaign that, gosh, not that one. She's running a Kickstarter campaign for some new decks that are similar. So her new decks is the Lucine Tarot, and that Kickstarter has run its course at this point. Yeah. But as far as this particular deck that I'm using, this is the Destiny deck, and yes, she's planning on creating it again, doing another edition. So there, as far as this particular deck, if you wanted to get it yourself, apparently she's taking pre-orders next month. I don't know if it would be on Kickstarter. She has her own site, Lisa Santine. Ta-da. So you can explore this. But anyway, I'm not even sharing. Okay. Here, let me show this again. So this is her site, Lisa Santine. And you can go through her different stuff. Let me see if, gosh, I can't find where she lists her decks again. But let me go to her recent project, Lucine Tarot. We don't need the comments, which is done at this point, but she had this update. She will produce it again. She's been sold out, but she's going to start taking pre-orders next month. So if you wanted to get it, I don't know if that'll be on her site or another Kickstarter, but you can look out for news there. Now, let me go ahead and stop sharing that, get back to the guide, and figure out where I am back in the line. So Dragon is next. Let me find that question. Okay, asking about one. And then let me catch up on who we've got. So Tasha said hi. I don't think we got a question from you yet. Sumika, can I have a reading? Yes. Did you just want a general reading? And then, and are you asking what comes after the tower? Okay. So we have Sasha. But oh no, I think the tower was the only one I wanted to read on for the advice. But yeah, there's the clearing away of what has collapsed. There's the Eight of Cups, where you might need to come to terms with it, but you'll need to let that go at some point. And then there's the Four of Wands, where you're probably going to be going about this in different ways, realizing that you don't have to go about it the way you were before. I think that summed up everything. Yeah. I mean, you had the moderating influence of the Chariot on the tower, but I mean, that's speaking to how you're going about the dating scene. So the context. So yeah. So that's all there was on that. So I guess let me recap, and I might, we'll probably be okay. So, okay, no problem. Glad I could help. We're doing Dragon now. Hey, Wise. Tasha, if you had a question, go ahead and drop that in. I'm doing well in order to answer yours. Sumika just dropped her question in, so that's good. You'll be next. Sasha's general. Sorry, getting too close to the camera. Andrea, nice to see you again. Good to know it was accurate. It helps getting a little confirmation. And if you have a question, yes, the Netflix. Okay. So Andrea would be next, and then Maddie Rivera. Gosh, I'm gonna need to keep a list at this point. One sec. Dragon, Pasha, Tamika, Sasha. Sasha, Andrea. And then Wise, if you so, Tasha, Maddie, and Wise. If you have specific questions or just want a general reading, let me know. And Tariq. Oh, and Tariq. There we go. And Dragon, Tasha, if we get a question, Sumika, Sasha, Andrea, Maddie, and then Wise, who we also need questions from or clarification. Okay, glad we've got that. But now, Dragon Empress. I hope it's okay if I'm just calling you Dragon. Juan's feelings for you. Yeah, it's a Destiny deck question. Okay. Let's see. And of course, we'll still answer the question, Sasha. It'll just be on the video afterwards. Hey, Razia. Yes. If you got a specific question, let me know. If you just want a general, that's fine too. Just let me know which one. Dana. Okay. Okay, let me quickly add Razia. And okay, for Dragon. So this card represents one. This card represents the feelings towards you, and this card represents intentions towards you. So for him, we've got Hierophant, traditional, conformist. That's the sort of read we get. Intentions, Two of Cups, so promising for relationship, love, and peace are the notes there. Feelings, we've got Knight of Swords. The notes there are stress, if I'm reading that right. Yeah, stress and truth. So, as far as, I mean, he has good intentions, but feelings is really what you're asking for. Let me read up on that card. I don't think we need to read up on the Hierophant so much. And that was Knight. The classic knight in shining armor, ready to defend the honor of another. This card shows up when a decision must be made and there is a quick change in life situations. Perhaps there are unpredictable times ahead. Sudden truths may reveal themselves. Underlying conflicts may be illuminated. There may be a dispute at work or in a family dynamic. You may not be the cause for these circumstances, but the way you recover is what matters. The energy of this card is driven and assertive. You may be fighting for what you believe in, but it is important to take responsibility for your actions. Ultimately, you are the one who will deal with the outcome. Fight wisely. So yeah. As far as feeling towards you, yeah, protective in a sense. I don't know that he's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely the foundations for something more if you want it to go that way. Yeah, I don't know. Because with the Hierophant, I don't know what his traditions are or what he would be conforming to, what practices he's used to. So I don't know if that's going to hold him back from making moves or anything, but yeah, as far as feeling towards you, positive, protective. So, okay, I'll add you to the list. but dragon. Does that? Are we good on that? And that was. Okay, I know there's sometimes connection issues, so I think we'll just go ahead and move on. I mean, people can always follow up afterwards, so I'm not opposed to that. It's just a matter of time getting back to people. I don't think I've seen Tasha's question yet. So let's go to so going on to, gosh. Yeah, I haven't seen Tasha yet. So next is Sumika. And we got your question there. Okay. So just to clarify, your Dragon Empress, this is just your Facebook account, Razia? Okay. That's the thing I'm not sure about, because there was definitely a protective sense from the knight, but I don't know how assertive he is. And with the conformist sort of traditional that we got for his character, I don't know what pushes him to do something. And I don't know if something in his tradition is holding him back. So when it comes down to it, I don't know what you're imagining. But I feel like he would take the hit. He would let you go because he hasn't made his claim. He hasn't pushed for it, so he doesn't feel he has the right. So yeah, and I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, there's good parts to that, but obviously you're wanting something a little more assertive. So, well, then if you're willing to push that, I don't see why. Because with the two of cups, yeah, with the two doves, it seems like he would be receptive. The only thing I don't know is his traditions, and I don't know because like people will have their weird things from either family rules or religion, or I don't even know what all. So, yeah. Yeah. If you want something to happen, I would go ahead and push that. I think he's open and receptive to it. You might need to there might be some hiccups learning about the nuances that drive him or build him. I don't know that he'll stay that way, because that might be a learning experience for him. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Because there's definitely that protective, he has good intentions. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, if this is getting thorny, it's um, the practices, it's the rules that he either grew up with or put in place um, that are getting in the way potentially. So no problem. Um, it depends on what you want, really. If you're wanting someone more assertive, then I would, yeah, leave it. Because I don't necessarily get the sense from you that you want to carry the torch, so to speak. So yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. There's a number of people before you, Ayush. So if you want to come back later, or just it'll be on the video at some point. So, but yeah, there's like a half dozen people before you, and they're all going to get the same due consideration. So, if there's an issue, I'd probably just come back for the video. Yeah, it's Razia. As far as preserving it, reigniting it in a sense, I feel like you would really need to understand his traditions and practices. And that's going to take initiative from you, to reach out, and then also to um, sometimes probably pull that out of him. Because traditions and practices, we don't always make those things explicit. And even if it's an outward expression, um, we they might not know the reason why they continue to do it. So if you want to do your due diligence before moving on, you would have to do that. Love you, yes. but obvious he's reserved, and I don't know what his honor is, but it sounds like it's, in this case, keeping him at arm's length for whatever reason, and letting you, well, walk away in a sense. So, and he denies it. I mean, yes and no. I can sort of see it with the knight, and really, it's letter of the law is the issue here, not the spirit. Um, and whatever that honor is, I really don't know what his rules are in this regard. Um, but yeah, he could be. I could see him outwardly denying it in order to abide by whatever that honor is. Um, but with the knight wanting to protect you, and the Two of Cups with the intentions towards you, I mean, he does. But that means you guys aren't on the same page with terms to even what you're talking about. So, um, hmm. Yeah. So yeah, as far as uh, I mean, it's a hassle. It's a huge hassle. Because I mean, he's built up his walls, his rules. He has his paths, um, his way, so to speak, and you would be getting inside, understanding them first of all. That's the important thing. And if you can understand why they're there, all the better, because that'll help with the next part of getting on the same page with him. Um, in a sense, how to put it. Yeah. Yeah. So, and yeah, so it's basically a lot of work. And frankly, I don't really have a guarantee. Um, oh gosh. Yeah, I mean, it's your call. It'll be a huge effort and no guaranteed payoff. Um, but you are working with gold. So, yeah. Yeah. Under all of that, you've got a diamond, but it is rot in a different way than you might need or maybe just want. Yeah. So, yeah, it's really your call. Um, hey, Joe. Thanks. Okay. I think we've talked about this plenty. I mean, think about it, decide how you want to, what you want to do. But yeah, I could not say one way or the other is truly the best. So, Sumika, sorry, I've had your question on here so long, and I have not been answering it. Oh boy. Job and relationship. I think we are Prisma deck for this one. Okay, Heart's Love. Just so you know, there's quite the line right now. On Tumika, we've got 5 or 6 people ahead of you. So if you want to stay, great. It might be a while though. So if you need to go, that's fine. And it'll be on the video if you want to watch it later. No problem. No problem. Okay, job and relationship. I don't know if we're going to get them in the same. Yeah, we may. Hey, Tina. Hope you're doing well. Sorry if I'm quiet. Gotta find the cards for this read. No problem. Excellent. Welcome, Tina. So, I mean, I don't mind doing multiples, but But especially now where we've got a bunch of people, I would probably put another question at the end of the line, just so you know. So if you want to come back, I'm on vacation, so I guess next Monday would be the next session. And then we've got Monday, Wednesday, Friday, different times. So, and I'll schedule that after this. I've got Mondays up if you guys want to wait on that. But yeah. Okay. Okay. And I'll add you to the list, Tina. Okay. Excellent. So, I guess, Razia, do you want me to add you to this one, or do you want to do it in a different session? We finish Sumika. Well, so I'll add you to the list along with Tina. But obviously it's gotten a bit long, so if you want to stick around, that's great. If you just want to see the video afterwards, that's fine too. So, same to you, Tina. As a heads up, there's a lot of people today, so it might be a while. I'm sure it's been frustrating for Samika to see her question up there and waiting for an answer for so long. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, this one's normal temperature. Okay. And we need our camera back. Not my fingers. I want the cards. Okay, there we go. So, Sumika. Lots of advice on job. This was our one point of advice for direction on love. And I guess it's really not that much because these are tempered pairs. So there's the primary card in front, and then the secondary card behind it has a moderating effect, a tempering effect. Same here, but less so. This one has a lighter touch influencing the other. So we'll go through job and then we'll do the love. So 2 of chalices, 4 of chalices, tempered by the Fool. And then 4 of pentacles, tempered by 10 of swords. And then down here, we've got page of swords. I need to double check that one. 2 of chalices is being open, being yourself. So, I mean, that's for how you're expressing yourself, what they're recommending. 4 of chalices indicates you're struggling with some apathy, some disconnection from work. This is tempered by the Fool, and that's dealing with new beginnings, new adventures. In the case of work, probably new projects. So, might be indicating that you're not open to new projects. Then over here, we've got 4 of pentacles, which is dealing with greed. Okay. And this is tempered by 10 of swords, which would normally indicate an end of things. Or, well, yeah. And then we've got the page of swords for the love advice. So give me one sec. Okay. Hey, Gina. It's not your turn, it's Samika's turn, but yes, I can give you a reading. It'll be a little while because there's a lot of people. If you have something specific, go ahead and let me know. If it's just a general reading, that's fine too. I just need to know. But given that there's a lot of people, if you want to stay, that's great. It might be a long time. So if you just want to check the video later, that's fine too. Okay. A relationship that exists, or are we asking like coming prospect? Speaking to Sumika, yeah, be yourself. Okay, thanks, Gina. Try to be open to new stuff. You're rather closed off on that front. That's what we're getting at. And I don't know that that's good. I mean, there's sometimes you need to conserve yourself. Don't stretch yourself too thin. But sometimes you need something new, whether you like it or not, because the experience is needed. So, and then for Four of Pentacles, I'm getting the sense that there's a scarcity mindset, and that's just got to stop. That's what we're getting with the Ten of Swords. I mean, it's not. This isn't super. This isn't super apparent. It's not obvious. It's a more subtle thing. But there does need to be a mindset shift. There's a lack of mentality, a scarcity mindset, and that needs to end. Page of Swords. Let me read on that. Set this down. And Gina's on the list. So you're good. Page of Swords. Sharp mind, new strategy, clear direction. The eager youth of the page, combined with the penetrating intelligence of her suit, makes her a formidable defender against false realities. Be vigilant, wary, and free from emotional pull so that you may discern the best course of action. You have within you the power and means to chop through duplicity. Frankness, honesty, and justice will serve you well. So, yeah, I mean, thanks. We are reading for Sumika, though, and this is the advice for love. And this implies that you're capable of being aware of what people are doing when they're lying, when they're being manipulative, and that by being truthful, honest, upfront, you'll be able to combat that, ward it off, fight it for the better. There is the chopping through duplicity. So yeah, people don't necessarily like that, but it'll be better for you in the long run. So yeah. Be vigilant, wary, and free from emotional pull, so that you may discern the best course of action. And then it's just honesty on top of that. So hope that helps, Sumika. Yeah. It was mostly help for the job, but it'll be enough on both fronts. Sasha. And Sasha just wanted a general, if I remember right. I didn't. Okay. No problem. Sorry it took so long. Yes. if you've got a specific question, let me know, Tracy. And I guess just to give everybody the update on the list, we just did Sumika. We're on Sasha now. There's Andrea afterwards. There's Maddie. I don't know that I got the question from Maddie, though. Wise afterwards. Ayush. Heart's Love. Razia had her spiritual reading. That would go there. And then Tina, Gina, and now you, Tracy. So, I mean, there's lots of people. So I understand if you guys can't stick around or need to come and go. But just so you know, it may be a while before we actually get there. And yeah. Okay. That's fine, Tracy. We can read on that. It might be two separate ones, but we'll see how it goes, how it plays out. Sometimes it'll do both at once, sometimes they're two. But that is fine. Okay. General reading for Sasha. And we're using the Cosmic deck. It'll just take a while sensing the cards, so if I'm quiet, it's just because I'm doing the work. More. Just that one. Okay. So Sasha, this middle one carries a bit more weight, but it's not overwhelmingly so. But 5 of Embers, life map, and the Veil. So this would normally correspond to 5 of Wands. Life map I'll have to double check on. The Veil, I want to say normally corresponds to the Star. Okay, it'll be a while, just so you know. There's a lot of people waiting for a reading, so we'll do it. Let me know what it's for, but yeah, it'll be a while. I think we saw the 5 of Wands earlier. But we'll read up. Cosma tends to have a slightly different spin, so let me go ahead and set this down. And obviously life map has the greater weight. Not a ton, but it does. 5 of Embers. Destruction, conflict, struggle. If this card comes up, it may represent a serious conflict with your outside world. Things may already be in turmoil, and outside forces are inflaming the situation. The brawl is causing you to feel locked in place, where the only outcome is complete destruction. Excuse me. Don't let the flames of this fight consume you. You will need your strength for future fights. If you feel like you are being overcome by a single burden, find a way to alleviate the pressure. Talk to those around you. You are likely not alone in this. So, I mean, you'll know better what that's speaking to. But basically, lean on your social supports as far as solving that problem. I'll go ahead and do the Veil since the life map has the greater weight. I want to end on that one. Yeah, normally the Star. Hope, reassurance, brightness. The Veil is a gentle reminder that hope is sometimes invisible. This card is a beacon. Hope is arriving, or it's soon on the way. Hope can come in many forms and can feel as easy as flipping a switch. You'll be surprised how drastically things can go from dark to light, like a comet blazing across the night sky. Let yourself feel hopeful, and your faith in the future will surely return. Look for small joys. Remember the brightness of the sun and the magic of the stars. My response is initially a bit concerned because it means that you might be going through a dark bit, which makes some sense with the 5 members. So yeah, it might take more effort to find that hope. Might need to look for it, but it's there if you'll let it be there, and if you're looking for it, you can find it. So, and then life map. This would normally be Wheel of Fortune. Cycles, free will, fate. When you pull life map in a reading, it is to alert you to a larger cycle of experience and understanding. What is happening now will shape your future. There are moments in life where you will be victorious and moments where you will fail. If things are feeling tough right now, know that you will learn from these lessons and come out stronger than before. Life is full of ups and downs. While some parts of fate are inevitable, there still is free will. If things are not going the way you had hoped, then make a change. So, yeah, I'm feeling the emphasis is on the last line. If things are not going the way you had hoped, then make a change. So, this is leaning into the agency. You've probably learned the lessons or are learning the lessons. But yeah, next step is taking action and responding, following up accordingly. So that was Sasha. Andrea. Submitted a project. Thanks for Netflix. Will I receive news soon? This isn't a cosmic question. Yeah, that's a Destiny question. Is it a yes, no? Maybe. We'll see when I get the cards. Let me switch on over. No. You did not miss your turn. Let's see. I'm on Andrea now. That's highlighted. There's still 3-4 people ahead of you. I don't think we've heard Maddie's question yet, so let me just check real quick. Okay. Yeah, Maddie said me, please, but she didn't really specify what it was. So we could do a general, but I don't know if that's actually what was wanted. So we'll see. But yeah, at least 3 people. Let me go back, find that. Because that's going to be closer to the questions. Okay, let me check. So yes, no spread. Let me go ahead and share that for reference as well. Okay, Tina. Well, yeah, I mean, when it's your turn, we'll get to that. Let's emphasize this one because these are our cards. So the combination leads to yes, no. I think I know we're getting some detail from this one. These two seem to be filler to get the yes, no, or the in between, as the case may be. So we've got Queen of Pentacles. We've got Goddess Joya. And we've got Three of Swords. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this falls into Queen of Pentacles. Yeah. This falls into the two yes with a no or neutral. So a positive outcome is likely, but may take time to come around. So you'll hear news. It's not necessarily going to be soon. That's the thing. Let me set this down. I want to read up on the Queen of Pentacles. See if I can figure out what that detail is supposed to be. Symbolizes material success and abundance. The Queen is generous and supportive with a strong maternal instinct that is affectionate and wise. Okay, you're entering a moment of there's the healer archetype. Also, birth of new projects, a creative venture, children, or finances coming into your life. Yeah, really, this just feels like it's reinforcing the yes. I don't know. Success and abundance. Maybe it's more than you were expecting. I don't know if it's just to emphasize it'll be a strong yes when it finally does come. So yeah, not soon. But it sounds like it'll be good news. So that's Andrea. We still haven't seen Maddie's question. I guess let me just go ahead and highlight it for Maddie if she comes back. I just need to know what kind of reading you want, whether it's general or a specific question or a specific area. I just need a little confirmation because it's, open-ended readings on that scale is probably not what you really want or intended. So, Wise is next. Will I be happy and make more money doing my new photography job? So, I mean, there's the two aspects. I just don't know if it's going to be combined with the and. So, yes, yes, or no on either of the fronts. Or if it'll make you happy, but not necessarily money, or money, but not happy. So, we'll just see as we pull the cards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Prisma's. Let me switch on over. A bit more. Yeah. Okay. I'll make more money doing my new photography. I do what I can. But yeah, when I can get a job, I'm on the hunt right now. But I expect that will force me to put some hard limits on how long I can stream, um, and possibly how often. Oh, I'm missing something. Lots of cards, apparently. Okay. Sorry, just got one more card. Expecting. Not that I really have much expectations. Just making sure I know what it's for. Because I've got 3 cards for the money, how that goes. And one of those gives details. I've got 3 cards. Yes, no for the happy. We've got another card seems to be in the love spectrum. Or is it just a direct message? Yeah, I'm not quite. It seems to relate to the other one. Yeah, it feels like there's a... Well, fulfilling, I guess, is the way you were putting it. Happy. Happy is the way you put it. Yeah. We'll probably find out when we get to those details, but... Okay. Cards. So these three up top corresponding to money, making more. Yes, no, in combination. This one has some added detail. We'll get into that. These three down here on the right side, they're speaking to being happy with the new job. Hello. This one is speaking to happy, not happy, but it seems to be related to this more so than that. So I don't know if it's follow up or just the other side of whatever detail, excuse me, that is. But that's what we're at. Oh, and we just lost the camera. Lonely. Yeah, we can do that. Just so you know, there's a lot of readings to do. So it may be a while before I can get to yours. So you can stick around. Or if you want to go, it'll just be on the video later. And let's get our camera back. Any day now. There we go. It's kind of rough flipping cards when you can't really see them, so. Or I guess it's just not as much fun. All right, so our cards, let's make them big. Okay, so up top, we've got 10 of Pentacles. So that's a yes, the Tower. And 8 of Swords. Let me double check those. For the shape. Tower and 8 of Swords would say no. So the answer as far as making more money would be no. The 10 of Pentacles is an interesting detail to get then. Speaking to happy, 5 of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, Ace of Wands. So no, neutral, and Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands would be a yes, but that's a complete mix. So that's leaning no too. Far more no than yes in that. The detail touching on the 10 of Pentacles as well. 4 of Swords. So let me read up on 10 of Pentacles and 4 of Swords. Okay. Hey, Cornelia. We'll start with the 10 of Pentacles. All right. this is the Cosmosite. Let me flip. Full potential, financial abundance, achievement. Your hard work and dedication have reached their full potential. You have seen your endeavors blossom in full. Now you need only to harvest the fruits of your labors. They will be abundant for many years to come. Enjoy earthly comforts as they are richly deserved. This is not the time to begin earth-moving enterprises. Instead, focus on maintaining what you have already achieved. You have devoted yourself to the cultivation of the earth, or, well, your career. Let her reward you in kind. Hello to Holland. But then there's also Four of Swords. This. Contemplation, reflection, pause. The stillness of winter is the perfect environment for quiet, contemplative repose. Take this time to restore and reflect, amass your strength, and gain perspective and clarity. Lay your struggles aside for now in this moment of peace. So that's interesting. I mean, Ten of Pentacles, it sounds like you're already at a good state as far as finances go. Four of Swords is suggesting you should, well, take a break and reflect. So, but yeah, as far as the new job, the new photography job, it sounds like a no on both fronts. Yeah, Cornelia, go ahead and ask a question. Just FYI, there's a long list of people. We've answered Soul's question. Wise. Consistent. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people ahead of you. Just FYI. So if you want to stick around, I mean, that's great. If you want to come and go, that's understandable. And if you just want to watch the video later when it's done, that's probably the most efficient use of time. But yeah, go ahead and drop your question in. Let me ask clarifying questions if I need to, but yeah, we'll answer it. Or at least we'll try to ask it. Don't know that we'll have an answer, but so Wise. We just did Ayush. Okay. That's pretty clear. So I think we're good. Ayush. Let me find general love reading. Please and thank you. Okay. And we're not doing this. That is the question. Okay. There's just one card, so let's find out what it is. Seven of Pentacles, anticipation and potential. Let's go ahead and read from the guide since we've got time with just one card. And this one is digital. Symbolizes the rewards and satisfaction that come through hard work when you plant the seeds of a creation with potential, care, and nourishment. Your rewards come through. Be patient and keep your focus. The 6 coins that form a circle represent what must be for the future, while the single coin in the center represents the disposable income. And this is, well, Pentacles usually speaks to finances, but you're asking for love. This is a small reward for now, but there is more to come, provided you keep working diligently. As long as you keep your dedication, the success will come. Sometimes the ultimate reward is in the journey itself. So yeah, first thing, do not just rush in and start overworking it or anything. It does need a certain amount of time to mature so that you can reap the reward. And what else are we getting? I mean, there's the dedication. Yeah, that's consistency. That's probably a better way of putting it, rather than the overwork warning. Be consistent. You're making progress, even if you can't see the end in sight. You're getting there. So you can be happy about that. Yeah. And it's just a matter of keeping at it, step by step. Yep. So it'll take time to pay off. So there's going to be the in-betweens, but you'll get there. Gosh, after Aish. Now we have Heart's Love. Where is it? There we go. Okay. And we can set that down. Is Jackson happy I reached out to him on Instagram? And does he still like me? Yeah, this is a Destiny Tech question. Hey. I don't think I have questions. It is sort of a 2-for-1. We'll probably end up getting both in one read, but we'll just see as the cards come out. So. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll see. Sorry, the likes me card. Isn't being straightforward. Okay, I think I know what's going on there. Oh, I don't know. I haven't flipped it yet. So far, I'm not necessarily getting a positive impression. And that's where I think maybe it was trying to clarify. I think it's going to refresh. Yep, there it goes. The phone can only stand so much streaming at a time before it decides it needs a refresh. So the likes me card, I think it's a long-term perspective, which might be different than short-term. He might like you as a person, whatnot, but as far as like relationship, marriage material sort of stuff, that's the sort of like that card is representing. So, just had to figure out that clarity. show us the cards. Oh, there we go. Okay. So 3 cards. And like I said, long-term like. So marriage like sort of stuff. Whether it made him happy. This is tempered slightly by, well, the card up there. So that'll give us some nuance into, well, that answer. So, did it make him happy? Yes. Felt loved. Tempered by 9 of Wands. Defense and strength. I'll have to read up on that to make sure I understand that influence. And then likes you, and this is long term, so like marriage part aspects. Magician. It seems like a yes, yeah. That you guys could build a future together. So let me read the 9 of Wands. That might give me yeah, as far as I can tell. Let me read the 9 of Wands. But yeah, as far as from the magician, I mean, the magician is one of the manifestors. Um, you're able to make things happen, make them a reality. Getting that as like on you in the context of a long-term relationship, I mean, like that seems like solid long-term. Yeah, yeah. So like marriage material. Um, so I think he definitely sees you as a prospect in that regard. Um, let me read the 9 of Wands, because that'll color it just a little, at least as far as how he received it. Comes up in a reading to indicate that you are in a strong position. You have fought long and hard to get where you are and have endured heavy challenges, especially in work. There's a balance between being defended and being in defense mode, which can be exhausting. While you should protect your boundaries, you must not be in a fear mindset. This card is one of great resilience and strength. Use these attributes with a direct willingness to take risks and know that the battle is almost over. Stay optimistic and persevere. Yeah. So, I mean, it's partly well received because he's not necessarily weak, but he's a bit exhausted based on the 9 of Wands. So, it was much appreciated. But yeah, let's, because you're here. Um, I mean, I don't know, because marriage is what I normally consider that upper ground of relationships, strong relationships. I don't know what that would be for you or him. Um, but yeah, magician with that creative power, I don't see it being a temporary thing. So Okay. But yeah, as far as like a marriage prospect or something like that, it seems like he likes you in that regard and views you favorably. Um, well, and that's the next step. Um, well, it's along the road to that. So, yeah. Whether or not he goes that route, I'm not sure. Um, don't overwhelm him at this point. I'd probably give it a little while and then reach out. But um, um, Odwin, yes, we. Well, you didn't miss your turn. I did the reading, and I'm sorry, it's been a long day, so I don't remember how it all went. But it's on the video if you want to go review it. But yeah, speaking to Heart's Love, I wouldn't push it, but I wouldn't entirely take the backseat on it either, because he might need the occasional prompt to move that direction. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all we've got for that for now. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's been quite a while at this point. I mean, you can see it on the screen. Yeah, definitely. Take it easy. Yeah. You don't want to overwhelm him, is the thing you want to avoid. So, okay. No problem. But so I highlight the questions on the screen. If you're just zooming back through, you might be able to find it that way. But I think it's a while back. So, speaking to Odwin, I want to say, oh, um, I want to say there was the commander, something else. What was the third thing? Commander, soulmates, and then gosh, yeah, I'm struggling right now, but yeah, you can go back in the video and find it. I'll have highlighted the question, so yeah. And I'm thinking I remembered it. I could be mixing it up, but yeah, it's on the video. Okay, so next, Razia, spiritual reading. Sorry, something in there. Spiritual reading, there it is. Okay. So just to recap where we're at, Razia's on screen now. Following, we've got Tina, Gina, Tracy, Lonely, and then Cornelia. So just in case people are wondering where they are at this point, although I think a good number of people have the good sense to peace out and go to bed and just wait for it in the morning. A spiritual reading, if possible. I don't know if Razia is on. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Prisma. I like the Lost Forest deck. We haven't seen it yet today, but seems like Prisma is what we need. Which is okay. Is there any else? Okay. Okay. So we've got a pair. So speaking to the same thing, but they have equal weight concerning whatever that aspect is. And then 2 more points. So Queen of Swords, 7 of Chalices, the Magician, Temperance, I'm going to want to read those 2. Temperance, that's usually dealing with moderation. So, not going too hard on any one thing, but not overindulging, stuff like that. Magician, the manifester. So, being able to create, you have the resources and the capability. Hey, Presh. Hope you're doing well. So, capable woman, moderate. Yeah, I just want to read up on the Queen of Swords and the 7 of Chalices combo. Yes. I don't think I'll be able to elaborate too much. I've been streaming for over 5 hours at this point, so go ahead and drop your question in. But I don't know that I'll be able to do a lot of explanation just because I am wearing out a bit. Back to Ryza. Queen of Swords paired with 7 of Chalices. Intelligence, truth, mental clarity. When you see the Queen in a reading, it is time to rein in your demons. You no longer have the excuse of inexperience, ignorance, or even fear. Use your immense intelligence and love of truth to conquer what plagues you. When you do, you'll be able to access matters of the heart with cool mental clarity and grace. And this is paired with 7 of Chalices. Deception, dwelling in fantasy, choices. The 7 warns of overindulgence, abusing sensual pleasures not for their own sake, but to distract us from a more pressing matter. By allowing ourselves to be deceived, we deaden ourselves to our problems. It is a way to seclude ourselves from a harsh, embattled world. But dwelling too long in fantasy will leave us vulnerable to very real issues that will not go away if we ignore them. Okay, will do. So speaking to Razia, the 7 of Chalices will be a little tricky to deal with. It's dealing with fantasy. You've blinded yourself in a sense in preference for a fiction that you prefer. Not to say that you can't see the true reality, but at times you might be choosing not to. The Queen of Swords is saying you need to deal with that. And you have the capability. You're smart enough. You can figure it out. And you can own up to it. So let me read temperance real quick. I mean, the magician's pretty straightforward, but maintaining balance, moderation, giving. Learning to maintain a balance is essential to survival. Though temptations will perpetually beckon, most sensual delights will prove sweeter in moderation. An excess can be toxic. Don't numb or harm yourself through overindulgence. If you find yourself with more than you need, a neighbor may benefit from your surplus. By sharing with others, life retains its distinct and magnificent flavors. Yeah, I was wondering if that, because I mean that contrasts with the Seven of Chalices, where you basically are indulging in the fantasy. But I think those are two separate things. So. And then the magician, the manifester, we've been over that. So hope that's helpful. So that's Arazia, Tina, then Gina. It's got a nice rhyme. Hey, Sunlight. How's it going? Okay. Just so you know, Sunlight, there's a number of people, 6 at this point. I'm going to do readings for before you. I'm not super fast. Some readings are, but I can't really guarantee it. So if you want to stick around, that's great. If you want to duck out and just watch the video later or hop back on later on the live, you can check where you are on the list then. But just as a heads up, it'll be a bit before I can get to it. I'm doing well. Getting a little exhausted. I've been streaming for a while at this point, but holding out so far. General guidance and which deck? Yeah, thanks. I feel like these are going to be Prisma. Usually General or Love go to Cosma or Destiny, respectively. Prisma gets to take this. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably put a hard cap at some point, but we'll see. I will. Don't worry. I've got what I'm really worried about is um, an assessment for a job I've got after this. And that's just going to take some time. Okay. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. So for general guidance, we have a tempered pair. So there's the primary card, the main influence, but it's tempered or moderated by the second card behind it. And this is a strong tempering. So definitely has an impact. We've got two cards on love. One's upright. And this is what I call skew. It's not upright quite. It's definitely not reversed. It's the upright meaning, but offset in some sense. And I'll have to flip it before I can figure out what that is. But up here we've got the Chariot, tempered by Two of Swords. And then, okay. Down here we've got the world, and skewed we've got death. Okay. I mean, world is dealing with completion, a wholeness, so to speak. I'm also getting the sense that that's coming to a close. So, yeah. Yeah. But then let me read on death. That'll help me get the skew. The chariot, I mean, that's driving forward onto victory. There's definitely a sense of action here. So as far as general guidance, it's forward movement, making progress, making strides. This is tempered, however, by the Two of Swords. It does no good. I don't know if you can tell, but this guy is blinded and he's waving his swords around. That's the issue. We need to, well, stop blinding ourselves and really see things for what they are. So, is this? Yeah, this isn't current state. This is the advice. So, I mean, you'll want to get going, but first I would take off those blindfolds. Really understand your situation. And we can read that card, just to be clear. But yeah, once you've addressed that, then going forward, you'll be able to, well, zoom along in a sense. Let me go ahead and set this down. Kavita, I am doing well enough. There's a few people in front of you, just so you know. So it might be some time. But I can answer your question. If you want to just come back for the video later, that's fine too. Let's read. Let's go ahead and do the Two of Swords first. Yeah. Avoiding truth, approaching blindly, surfacing fears. Departing greatly from the cold clarity of the ace, the Two of Swords is a warning against delusion and false reality. No matter how guarded you are, if you are blind to the situation at hand, you will miscalculate and blunder. Don't flinch from the truth, as it is often less dire than the many insidious realities your mind conjures up in the darkness. Do not let needless fears disturb you. Find balance. Yeah, I think the don't flinch from the truth is the part that's standing out. Which, especially when you're zooming on the chariot, makes sense. Can't let every little hiccup slow you down or you're not actually going to get anywhere. So, let me read death and figure out that skew. Profound change, new chapter, renewal. This can be a frightening card to receive at first. Loss and change are inevitable and often quite painful. Brace yourself to shed something that seems integral to your life. But inevitably, out of its remains will grow something more beautiful and more adapted to your needs than you could have anticipated. Pulling the card of death is just a sign of forthcoming renewal. Though it loses its familiar form, that which passes away only breaks down into simpler components and dissipates out into the universe. maybe it's just me, but it feels like that's speaking to marriage as far as like the new chapter and getting askew, which really something's not going away. Um, I mean, there's the old you, the old single you, um, but you're getting much more with a family. So, is that what it's really speaking to? Yeah, yeah. Time to move on. Okay. Um, Gina. I want to say it's this way. Relationship, in the relationship right now, getting a read on that. Okay. And then, oh, set that aside. And let me check real quick. Okay. No problem. Glad it could help. Relationship. Yeah, we'll use the Destiny deck for that. And set. Yes. Relationship. Okay. Okay. Fairly simple. So this is your partner, whoever that is. That's a read on their character. This is a read on their intentions towards you. So we've got 4 of Pentacles, stability and security are the notes there. Intentions, 6 of Swords. And the notes there, move on and new beginning. So this deck has a softer version of the 6 of Swords. Make sure you've done all you can, but in essence, it says move on. So based on this, it sounds like they would be leaving soon. Four of Pentacles, I mean, they're a stable person, so that's admirable at least. But as far as, yeah, towards you and the relationship, seems like they're planning, or at least they're thinking of ending it and probably going to. So sorry for the not so favorable news, but that is what it is. Sorry, Kim. I think I'm going to have to call it. I've still got 6 or so people to read for, and it's been almost 6 hours. So you can catch me another time, or we can try to work out something just over DM or just another time. But I don't think I'll be able to do it as part of this stream. So yeah, sorry about that. I should probably edit end time. Okay. I'll update my descriptions so that it'll be more obvious. That was Gina. And we've got Tracy next. Well, So Lonely next time is a week from now, since I'm taking a vacation this week. So I don't feel too bad about getting this done now, because it's going to be a while before I'm available again. So but thank you for being considerate, or trying to be, I guess. I'm not really letting you. Okay. Do you want me to just do it at the beginning of the next stream, or do you want to actually pop in yourself and ask your question? Okay. In that case, I won't worry about holding on to that. Okay. All right. You're off the list. You can chop off if you want. If you just like the soothing voice, that's fine too. And Ricky never clarified, I think. So, yeah. Don't know what they wanted the card for. But Tracy, will I find love in my life? Is Ben going to come back? So, kind of at odds with each other. We'll see what we get. I think I might be speaking a little softer as we're getting farther on. Okay. As far as will I find love in my life, we're specifically not getting an answer to that. And I think it's because you already know the answer, is sort of the impression I got. So um, that's where we're at there. But then as far as is Ben going to come back? Um, so yeah, we've got our yes/no spread. I don't know if you've been following, you may have seen it. We've got 6 of Wands, 4 of Wands, and then Page of Swords. And so if we take a look, oops, well, I'm just doing this. 6 and 4 of Wands. These are close to exceptions, but no, those both seem to be yeses. And then the Page of Swords. That also seems to be a yes. So, yeah, he's going to come back for better or worse. Hopefully you have your mind right on that when he does come, because I know sometimes they'll come back, but you don't really want this person, or they're not going to stick around. So, but yeah, answer is yes on Ben. And then you already know the answer for will I find love in my life? Yeah, you've already received that probably multiple times because I got a pretty solid not going to answer that. But yeah, let me. Cornelia is next. Holland. Will Giggs and I get together? I hope that's how you say the name, but yeah, this seems like it's going to be a yes/no. So I guess I'll show the spread, since that's what we're going to use. Let's see. Where is our third card? Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Just going with the yes/no, not really getting any detail from this one, but we've got 5 of Swords, 5 of Wands, and King of Wands. So let's see. 5 of Swords would be a no. 5 of Wands is an exception. And then the King of Wands would indicate yes. So yeah, it's sort of split. I think it's really resting on the 5 of Wands, which by this, the answer is yes, but you must fight for it. So if you want to be together, then make it happen is really what that boils down to. But yeah, it's possible and it's within your power. So have at it. I'll go ahead and set that aside. And let's see. Crash. No problem. A general reading for Presh. Okay. That's it. Let's set that aside. Yep. Okay. Let me switch mitts. A general reading for Presh. Makes no sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we only got 2 cards, which isn't bad. We've got the Peacock and 10 of Embers. Interesting. So the Peacock, that's going to be like the Empress in a normal deck, dealing with feminine energy. I'll read it in this case. And then 10 of Embers, that would normally be 10 of Wands. Let me double check. I think I'm thinking of 10 of Swords. So I'll double check on the Wands. But let me set this down. And start reading out. Cosmo. Okay. So starting with Peacock. There we go. So yeah, normally the Empress, peaceful, nurturing, fusion of opposites. The Peacock lives between two worlds. It is a reminder that it is possible to find a happy balance between things like work and love, the grounded and the spiritual. This card is about nurturing yourself and finding peace in the world you live in. When you see the peacock in a reading, it can also be representative of an increasingly strong bond to the earth or a need to reconnect with it. Excuse me. This can be a card that speaks about great unions of unlikely things, and it asks us to keep an open mind whenever possible. Yeah. I mean, basically being a mediator between different things. Is that, yeah, you're probably going to need some of that in the near future. But that's also part of who you are, so that's fine. Yeah. 10 of Embers. Accomplishment, responsibility, burden. You are at a point where you can now measure your accomplishments with great satisfaction, but this brilliant achievement comes with a deep sense of responsibility. When this card arrives, it reminds us that the achievements we desire in life do not come free of burden. There are many invisible intricacies involved that come together to make something great. Now you must be conscious of it. You must know when to dim your flame, when darkness is required for others to blaze forward, and when to brighten your flame when times call for you to take the lead. So, yeah. In other decks, this would talk about how you've picked up burdens getting to this point, and some of them you can do away with. But in this case, this is saying you need to own up to your ability, well, to really sense the dynamic of when to give some slack, make some room for others, and when you need to be a little more firm, a little more present. So, yeah. That's what we've got for Presh. Sunlight. Virgos. And this will probably take us over 6 hours, but we're almost done. We've got Sunlight and Kavita. And we'll call it good. And this is a Destiny deck question. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting. We're not going to answer this. We're not going to get cards. I'll go ahead and flash the mat. Oops, sorry about that. Just so we know that this was where the reading was, but and that's going to need a restart soon. But I'm getting the impression that you're asking this as a means of, or as a way to avoid asking them themselves, which is interesting. So, I mean, sometimes there's good reason. You don't think they're being honest about their feelings or something like that. But in this case, you should probably be talking to them. So, yeah. That's what we've got for sunlight. Hey, Julia. I am just wrapping up, so I won't be able to take a question. But I hope you're doing well. Kavita. Okay. Sorry, Julia, but I need to call it quit soon. I just passed 6 hours of streaming, and I do need to do other things. So I'll be back on Hikanupriya. Yes, Presh, I think we just did yours. Okay, you're welcome. Hikanupriya. Oh gosh, we just did Presh. That was a general. We had 2 cards. Came from there. We had the 10 of Embers, as well as the Swan. So Presh, you can go back to the video, and I'd probably recommend that. It just happened a few minutes ago. But it was the Swan and the 10 of Embers. The Swan is you're going to be acting as a mediator, and you probably have the capacity to in the near future. And then the 10 of Embers, you're going to have to, I mean, you've got to a point where you're leading in a sense, and you need to be more cognizant of when to give people space and room to be them, and blaze forward is what the description was because of the embers. But and sometimes you need to be firmer and more present, and lead, and you just need to own up to which way you need to go depending on the situation. Julia and Kanupriya, sorry, but I've been streaming for so long at this point, I won't be able to do any more readings today. If you want to message me or something, I can get back to them another time. Otherwise, the next stream will be next Monday, because I'm going on vacation later this week. So I don't have my normal Wednesday, Friday streams. So, but then speaking to Kavita, another time. So, okay. We'll be using Prisma. Pull this up. a job anytime soon. Is this just a yes, no? Not quite. Okay. No. There we go. Usually there's some shifting and whatnot. Gotta fix the camera. But the cards basically fell into place. Not that there were much. So we have a tempered pair. We've got the primary card in front that's tempered or moderated by the card behind it. So we've got Two of Wands, which deals with choices. And then we've got the Star, which, I mean, the main message of the Star is hope. Sometimes guidance, but, well, the Two of Wands is what I really want to read up on. So, because I want to do due diligence for you. So, Two of Wands. There it is. Planning, looking ahead, clear mind. Divine inspiration without tangible manifestation is a beautiful dream. Careful planning is the stoic, immutable foundation of any newfound enterprise. Be level-headed and down to earth. Practice self-discipline and good sense. But never forget how anointed you felt when you drew the first bolt towards you. Your unique creativity and passion are about to serve a great purpose. Be you. By daring to show your truest self, you will attract the people you need toward you. Yeah, so be yourself. That's going to help with networking, finding the right people. That will help you find your job. You do, of course, need to actively search and plan accordingly, but yeah, being yourself so that the right people are helping you is the advice you need here. This is tempered by the Star, which is hope, but we'll go ahead and read it. Opportunity, hope, inspiration. The Star is a beacon of hope. Though the night is dark and arduous, across the sky are scattered reminders that suns blaze perpetually, even if our own is hidden from sight. Believe the sun will rise, not as an empty sentiment, but an immutable law of nature. For now, let the subtle radiance light your way, splayed galaxies working in concert to guide you home. So, really, don't panic. It may take time, but it's going to work out. So, trust in that. So as far as timeline, we didn't really get that, but you've got next steps. So I would just proceed with that. Okay. Thanks for sticking around, people. It's been long. It's been good, but also long. I'm on vacation the rest of this week, so we're not going to have the usual Wednesday, Friday stream. And we are mixing up the schedule. So next Monday, instead of 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, it'll be 1 p.m., so an hour earlier. And then we're going to spread it out a lot more. Let me just toss this up there. Yeah, that has it all. So next week, we'll be starting Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 p.m., and Fridays at 7 a.m. This should help us avoid some of the night owls that are, well, up too late at night. Give people more daytime opportunities for catching the stream and getting their questions answered. I don't know that I'll be able to keep the Monday time, especially when I get a job. I'm definitely going to need to do shorter streams than this. Sorry, Lynn, I'm at the end of a stream, so I won't be able to answer your question right now, but we've got the new schedule starting next week. I'm on vacation the rest of this week. And of course, if you want to DM or something, I can try to do something offline when I've got more time. But we're wrapping up this stream, and we need to let people know the new schedule because I don't want to throw people off too bad. But yeah, with these times, we're going to have to stick to stricter cutoffs. But that's more on me than you guys. I need to own up to that. And yeah, that's it for now. I still need to work on some sort of crowdfunding thing for donations. You too, Lynn. Take care. And until next time,